It says Kathy Goldenberg State Board. It came in at 9.
It didn't come to us.
Well, you
Did-
got it.
Huh?
I'll tell you who got it in a second.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to go ahead and begin this meeting to order, please. The New Jersey, sorry. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meeting of public bodies at which any business affecting their interest is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the State Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted in the Department of Education, Secretary of the State's office, and notice, has been given to the State House Press Corps, the Governor's office, and the State Board agenda subscribers. As a quorum is present, this meeting will come to order. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Now, as whereas, in order to protect the personal privacy and to avoid situations wherein the public interest might be disturbed, the Open Public Meetings Act permits public bodies to exclude the public from that portion of a meeting at which certain matters are discussed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that consistent with the provision of NJSA 10:4-12B, the State Board of Education will now adjourn to executive session to discuss personnel and legal matters. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. I think the motion passes. All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we'll go up to executive session. We'll be back by 10. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'd like to resume our public portion of the meeting now. Whereas consistent with the provision of NJSA 10:4-12B, the State Board will now adjourn from executive session and resume the open session of this meeting. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion from Mary Beth Berry. May I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ricca. We have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Terrific. Any opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? Now we'll go ahead with the meeting. First, we're going to start, please, with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Mary Beth Berry will lead us in that. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just did better than 9 U.S. national ones.
Go, Andy.
So I'd like to please announce, again, we welcome you. Thank you for being here in person. And for those who are tuning in, thank you very much for doing so. As the State Board meetings are accessible to the public for viewing on the YouTube channel, I would like to advise that YouTube provides readily accessible language translation options for closed captioning. If you are viewing this simulcast now, you can use the settings option in YouTube for information about subtitles, auto translations, and closed captioning in multiple languages. Before we proceed with today's agenda, it is quite fitting that we take a few moments to acknowledge the passing of Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver. Sheila Oliver certainly left her mark on the state government during the past 20 years, having served in the New Jersey General Assembly and being the first African-American woman to serve as Speaker. Elected twice as Lieutenant Governor, she was the first woman of color to serve in a statewide elected office and also served in the dual role of Commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs. As you know, Lieutenant Governor Oliver previously served the people of Essex County as a member of the Board of Chosen Freeholders. A proud graduate of Newark Public Schools and a staunch supporter of public education, Lieutenant Governor Oliver was a member of the East Orange Board of Education for 6 years and a college instructor. A few years ago, a new school in East Orange was opened as the Sheila Y. Oliver Academy. Serving students in preschool through grade 7, the school will continue to serve as a reminder of Lieutenant Oliver's legacy of service and love for education. On behalf of my colleagues at the State Board of Education, I extend my sincerest condolences to the Oliver family, as well as to her friends and colleagues. Commissioner Alan McMillan, I turn the floor to you, as I know you would like to say a few words.
Thank you, and good morning, President Goldenberg, Vice President Mulvihill, members of the State Board of Education, to the public and our viewing audience. The passing of Lieutenant Governor Oliver has left us deeply saddened, and we mourn the loss of a remarkable public servant and an exceptional leader. Lieutenant Governor Oliver's dedication to the people of New Jersey was unwavering, and her tireless efforts in serving our state will forever be remembered. She was a trailblazer, breaking barriers and paving the way for future generations. As the first African-American woman to hold a statewide elected office in New Jersey, her achievement stands as an inspiration to us all, showing that with perseverance and determination, one can overcome any obstacle. Throughout her distinguished career, she championed numerous causes, including education, equity, and social justice, leaving an indelible impact on the lives of countless New Jersey residents. I had the privilege of working alongside Lieutenant Governor Oliver on initiatives aimed at improving educational opportunities and outcomes for our students. Her relentless pursuit of excellence and her ability to bring diverse stakeholders together for the greater good were truly commendable. In this moment of profound loss, I extend my deepest condolences to Lieutenant Governor Oliver's family, friends, and colleagues. As our state mourns her passing, let us celebrate her life and the legacy she leaves us. President Goldenberg.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the State Board of Education and, of course, the Department of Education, I would like to please ask everyone for a moment of silence in memory of Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Moving forward, we have the names of, we have the board members to discuss the minutes from our July 12th meeting, 2023. May I please ask for a motion to accept them?
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Are there any comments or anything that should be changed in these minutes? Hearing nothing. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions?
I abstain.
I abstain.
I abstain.
We have 3 abstentions. Thank you very much. The motion carries to accept the approval of the minutes. This month, the State Board will not receive public testimony as there are no topics scheduled. Public testimony will resume in September with open topic public testimony, meaning that registered members of the public may register to speak on any educational topic of choice. Please check the State Board website for updates. And now we'll go ahead and let me be the first to introduce our wonderful permanent State Board student representative, Ms. Nilly Ghosh. If you'd like to please tell everyone where you go to school and take the microphone. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Nilly Ghosh. I go to West Windsor Plainsboro High School North. I'm a rising junior. And thank you, President Goldenberg, and good morning, everyone. Last month, the NJASC, New Jersey Association of Student Councils, hosted our annual leadership training conference known as LTC. The conference took place July 6th through July 13th at the College of New Jersey, consisting of 2 sessions and a staff day preceding each session. This year posed unique challenges because this was our first year back to having an overnight program. What used to be a 4-day program had to become a modified 3-day program while containing all the same amount of content. For the past several months, LTC staff has worked tirelessly to put everything together accordingly. The contributions of our LTC Education Director, Pam Friend, were especially profound. She worked with LTC's Education Committee to entirely reinvent the LTC curriculum to suit the new program. This return to an overnight program marks a new beginning, which is perfectly in stride with this year's NJASC state theme, New Jersey will strive. Strive, meaning strength through resilience, inspires valuable experiences. During the opening assembly, state officers delivered a keynote speech based on this very theme. We believe that with this return to normalcy after the pandemic, New Jersey will strive to carry forward LTC's rich history and the lessons of leadership it offers. I am proud to say LTC is the oldest continually operating state student council leadership training conference in the nation. As such, LTC celebrated its 68th birthday this year. The week was filled with celebrations as such, opportunities for new friendships, and the creation of lasting memories and a great sense of family. Yet, the final days of the conference were bittersweet. Although we were eager to go home, we knew the end of LTC would entail bidding farewell to one of our dearest members of staff, NJASC Executive Director Wendy Booth Sitzler. I would like to take the time now to thank her for her dedicated service. 18 years ago, when LTC faced a decline, she and fellow Executive Director Lou Miller worked relentlessly to transform and revitalize the program, ensuring its continued success. When faced with similar challenges this year or at any point throughout her time here, she has displayed the same dedication. Furthermore, Wendy has been like family to so many of the LTC staff. And on the behalf of the state officer, I extend our sincere thanks for her incredible support, warmth, and guidance. I will always admire her unwavering dedication and remarkable ability to lead like a true leader. I wish her all the best in retirement. As stated in my previous report, LTC is considered the biggest project that NJASC officers undertake, and the peak of our time in office. I now understand why. For over a week, every minute of the day is spent immersed in one common goal. It's a real test of endurance and a transformative journey worth experiencing. LTC left me with deep friendships and connections that I will carry with me for a long time. Regardless of the tiresome days, I would do it all again in a heartbeat. Also during LTC, State Officer D'Artagnan Siddons, the executive member of Charity, delivered a speech about our NJASC state charity, Hugs for Brady Foundation. I would like to speak a little about them today as well. This remarkable nonprofit organization is on a mission to support children fighting cancer by raising awareness, funding crucial research, and providing financial assistance to families. Through their efforts, they have executed blood drives that save lives, pursued special projects that mitigate patients' discomfort during treatment, and provided patients with tools to spark joy, such as games, TVs, etc. Cancer of any kind, especially pediatric cancer, is a horrific tragedy that no child or family should face. Hence, NJASC is proud to partner with them in the fight against this disease. Having faced the atrocities of cancer in my own family, I am especially grateful for the opportunity to spread awareness for this cause here today and at LTC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are delighted that you're part of our group this year. Thank you.
President Goldenberg, if I could, oh, I'm sorry.
Please, no, of
Excuse
course,
me,
please.
Commissioner. I again wanted to welcome Nellie. Last time I think you were here, you were at the LTC conference, right? So doing a sleepover, she did such a great job. I could tell she was probably a little sleep deprived, but it's so exciting to have her here. And I'm always impressed, especially as we're coming into a new school year, with our student council representatives, those people that are leaders. And I was glad to hear there is such a conference that's growing, that young people have the opportunity to come together, work together, develop more leaders. But one of the things I think is so important that was paired together is the state charity. And I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. I think it's so important with young people that not only do we encourage them to be great leaders, but we encourage them to be great individuals. And I so respect that about student councils in that they adopt such a great charity. So we're looking forward to hearing more about that charity. coming forward. Thank you so much for your report.
Thank you. And
Oh,
Commissioner.
yes. So, of course, Nellie, you're just such a rock star. And I said that before the meeting, but to hear you share about the engagement you and your peers experienced during the leadership training was just really wonderful. And I just want to acknowledge how important it is for students to experience leadership opportunities during their school career. And so to learn the art of building relationships within teams, to also understand how to effectively navigate tasks. And so I want to thank you for sharing the information about your state charity. It's always inspiring to hear about the goodwill that our students are extending to others in our communities across the state. And I look forward to what is to come in your future reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hearing nothing else, we'll go ahead now with our meeting. I'd like to go ahead, please, and begin with Board Member Bob Roth, as we had a policy meeting on July 19th and July 26th. Board Member, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The policy committee met with members of the Department of Education on July 19th and July 6th. The meeting was to discuss proposed New Jersey student learning standards in mathematics and English language arts, as well as the comments received from educators and the public. We also discussed the changes proposed by the department in response to the comments received. In addition, we had brief discussions about the proposed amendments to Chapter 14, Special Education, and Chapter 7, Managing for Equality and Equity in Education. The Policy Committee met with the department again on July 26th to discuss some additional requested revisions to the New Jersey Student Standard Learning to the New Jersey Student Learning Standards in Mathematics and English Learning and English Learning Arts. I think something got mixed up here, as proposed by the committee on July 19th. We then had a brief discussion about a potential amendment to Chapter 7, Managing for Equality and Equity in Education. As the rulemaking is on today's agenda, I will forego the rest of my report. I look forward to the department's presentation regarding each item and to the thoughtful discussion with my fellow state board members. Regarding the amendments to Chapter 14, Special Education, and the New Jersey Student Learning Standards in Mathematics and English Language Arts, additional time is needed to examine new revisions, and therefore those items will be brought back to the State Board at a future meeting. I look forward to the department's presentation today regarding Chapter 7 and to the ensuing discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I'll turn it over to the Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, President Goldenberg, and good morning again, everyone. The month of July started with the announcement of the Educator Certification Fee Holiday. For fiscal year 2024, the initiative aims to alleviate the financial burden and streamline the certification process for aspiring educators across the state. The fee holiday applies to certification applications, renewals, and related services in order to foster a supportive environment for incoming and returning educators, as well as encourage talented candidates to pursue teaching careers from a diverse pool of qualified, passionate, and dedicated individuals. As of this past Monday, the department has waived over $1 million in certification fees from submitted applications. Yes, $1 million. I think that is amazing. The department is concluding the review of grant applications under our universal pre-kindergarten and regular operating districts, also known as ROD programs. Between these two opportunities, the total funding represents close to $1.25 billion, with a total of 700 projects in the review process at this time. 40 for the Universal Preschool Initiative and the remaining allocated to the ROD program. The department also plans to announce the Universal Pre-K awardees first, followed by the ROD recipients, with the initial announcements being expected to come as early as September, dependent upon any responses to outstanding queries related to the district's submissions. Notable events last month included a school safety seminar at Burlington Township High School. This event was hosted by the Office of School Preparedness and Emergency Planning, with guest speaker Michelle Gay, Executive Director of Safe and Sound Schools. Ms. Gay shared her personal story as a surviving parent of a child lost in the Sandy Hook tragedy, and how it inspired her to help communities improve school safety. We also celebrated the opening of the Charles and Anna Booker Elementary School in Plainfield, New Jersey. Executive Director of the Division of Field Support and Services, Robert Gregory, gave remarks at the ribbon cutting ceremony. The school is named for two civil rights leaders from our state who dedicated their lives to promoting equality in education and led the push for desegregation. Our third monthly teacher newsletter was issued in mid-July in the online Teacher Toolkit. The New Jersey Department of Education monthly teacher newsletter provides information and resources to educators, along with messages from the New Jersey Teacher of the Year. I should say from our New Jersey's Teacher of the Year. Yes, information on the services provided by department offices as well, and helpful resources for everything from instructional supports to professional development. You can tell I'm very excited about this. So the toolkit can be found from the department's homepage by clicking on the word educators in the blue bar at the top to access the latest newsletter. Next week, we will welcome and honor our exemplary state educators as the announcement of the newest cadre of County Teachers of the Year will be presented. These 21 exceptional teachers have been selected to serve as the next ambassadors for New Jersey's public schools throughout the upcoming school year. An embodiment of dedication, effort, and service, the honorees were nominated by their school districts to their respective county offices of education and are now eligible to be selected as the 2024 New Jersey Teacher of the Year. The state selectee will represent New Jersey in the National Teacher of the Year selection. The Department of Education looks forward to the beginning of the 2023-2024 school year, with some schools opening their doors this month, where we will empower students, educators, and parents to dream, achieve, serve, and inspire. Each week, we will emphasize each of these tenets through a lens of learning to create more meaningful interactions with our local educational agencies, parents, and of course, our students. Our social media will also be emphasizing, quote, "Don't be a bully month," end quote. And of course, Back to School Safety Month, as sponsored by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. As always, please be sure to like, comment, share, and yes, retweet as we spread awareness of the exceptional work being done at the department. This also now includes a new social media platform, Threads. Be sure to follow along for engaging posts and discussion topics on our threads via your Instagram account. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good. And now we'll go ahead with
Yes.
your items for consideration.
And President Goldenberg, one additional item under the Commissioner's report is my gifted and talented report, if I may.
Certainly.
Thank you. In 2020, Governor Murphy signed the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Act, codifying school district responsibilities in educating gifted and talented students. Today, In response to your request, we have a presentation about gifted and talented programming that provides a brief overview of the legislation and data collected by the department over the first few years of implementation. Dr. Schiff, Assistant Commissioner of the Division of Teaching and Learning Services, and his Executive Director, Mrs. Haverhill, will share the presentation and respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, President Goldenberg, Vice President Mulvihill, and members of the State Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to share this morning the enrollment data for our gifted and talented programs across our great state. This morning we will describe the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Act, including details of the law and what it requires the department and our LEAs to do. We will also describe how the department collects data on gifted and talented students and services that they receive. Lastly, we will share the disaggregated data on students who are being provided gifted and talented services. Please note that we will refer to the gifted and talented students and services as G&T on some of our slides for brevity. As the Commissioner indicated, on July 13, 2020, Governor Murphy signed the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Act, codifying school district responsibility in educating gifted and talented students, as referenced in NJAC 6A:A-3.1. The Act concerns gifted and talented students and supplements Chapter 35, Title 18A of the New Jersey statutes. We are in our third year of the Act's implementation. The Act generally defines a gifted and talented student as a student who possesses or demonstrates a high level of ability in one or more content areas when compared to his or her chronological peers in the school district and requires modifications in their educational program. These are students who need additional services to meet their unique needs. Local boards of education are required to ensure that appropriate instructional adaptations and instructional services are provided to G&T students in kindergarten through grades 12. LEAs are required to use multiple measures to identify student strengths in intellectual abilities, not limiting identification to a singular test or recommendation. The identification process must be inclusive of all students, including those who are multilingual learners and those who qualify for special education services or hold 504 plans. LEAs are also required to develop and document appropriate curricular and instructional modifications used for gifted and talented students, indicating content, process, products, and learning environment. The LEAs take into consideration the gifted and talented programming standards, position statements, and white papers of the National Association for Gifted Children in identifying and serving G&T students. LEAs are required to provide the time and resources to develop, review, and enhance instructional tools for gifted and talented students, as well as actively assist and support professional development for teachers, educational services staff, and school leaders in the area of gifted and talented instruction. And now my colleague, Executive Director for the Division of Teaching and Learning Services, Lisa Haverhill, will share the reporting requirements. Lisa.
Thank you, Dr. Schiff. There are specific reporting requirements of the Act, which we will discuss over the next two slides. The Act requires the submission of a service report in October on a schedule that coincides with the school district's New Jersey Quality Single Accountability Continuum Review, also known as the QSAC review. The department receives this report every 3 years from an LEA through a submission in NJ Homeroom. The first series of service reports was provided by LEAs undergoing QSAC review in 2021. The requirements of the service report are as follows: a description of the gifted and talented continuum of services provided for G&T students, and the LEA's policies and procedures for identifying gifted and talented students, the total number of students receiving services in each grade level, kindergarten through grade 12, disaggregated by race, gender, special education designation, multilingual learner designation, and lastly, the professional development opportunities provided for teachers, educational services staff, and school leaders about gifted and talented students, their needs, educational development, and the number of staff employed by the LEA whose job responsibilities include identification of and providing services to gifted and talented students. In addition to the service report required by the Act, student demographic data collection occurs through NJ Smart annually. The first collection of this kind began in fall of 2021, shortly after the law was implemented. During the fall data collection, LEAs provide data on the number of students receiving gifted and talented services in each grade level, kindergarten through grade 12, disaggregated by race, gender, special education designation, and multilingual learner designation. And this is the data that we will be reporting today. LEAs are required to provide detailed information on their websites regarding the policies and procedures used to identify students as gifted and talented and the continuum of services provided to those students. The Act requires LEAs to post the criteria used to identify eligible students, including the multiple measures used in the identification process and any applicable timelines in that identification process. LEAs are required to provide information about the continuum of services offered to students, and the procedure to file a complaint must also appear on the LEA's website. The complaint and compliance policy is required to be adopted by the local Board of Education. This data was collected in October of 2022 through the NJ Smart data collection. You will note that this data presented has been disaggregated by race and ethnicity. In this data collection, we see over 1.3 million students represented, and of that group, just over 100,000 were identified as gifted and talented. As you can see on the far right column titled percent of total GNT students, 8.3% of all students in New Jersey have been identified as gifted and talented. This chart and the following charts will demonstrate how student groups are represented statewide throughout our gifted and talented programs. The department receives specific requests for information from the State Board regarding the representation of Black and Hispanic students in GNT programs. I would like to call your attention to the fourth row. We see in the second column that 188,000 students were identified in the data as Black or African American students. Looking to the next column to the right, we see that Black or African American students comprise 14.4% of the total student population. The fourth column that is titled GNT student count, we see that over 9,000 Black or African American students were identified as gifted and talented. We see in the fifth and final column, percent of total GNT students, that Black or African American students comprise 8.7% of the total gifted and talented population. A similar trend is seen with Hispanic students who represent 32.5% of the total student population and 23% of all gifted and talented students. The next slide will demonstrate the percentage of each student group that is identified as GNT. This is a slightly different way of viewing the data. This graph represents the percentage of each student group that is identified as gifted and talented. Recall from the previous slide that across the state, in grades K through 12, 8.3% of students are identified as gifted and talented. As a reference point, if the data reflects student groups proportionately, one would expect to see approximately 8% of any student group identified as gifted and talented. The department is also examining identification rates by gender and students of disaggregated groups. We do see a slight difference between males and females, noting that females are slightly more represented in GNT programs. Economically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, and multilingual learners are represented in GNT programs at lower percentage rates than each group's percentage of the total student population. In this chart, we present the data in a slightly different way, and we see that males and females are identified at rates close to that 8.3%. This chart highlights again that economically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, and multilingual learners are underrepresented in gifted and talented programs. Given the underrepresentation of several student groups in our gifted and talented programs, the department will focus our efforts on providing additional guidance and support developed in collaboration with our experts and stakeholder groups. I will now return the presentation back over to Dr. Schiff, who will share our next steps.
Thank you, Lisa. The department recognizes the disproportionate rates of identification across student groups and has taken some early steps to increase access to GNT programming statewide. The department has a gifted and talented coordinator who receives the data generated through the reports and works closely with internal and external stakeholders in the development of guidance and resources. The coordinator supports LEAs in the implementation of the legislation and connects them with the resources and guidance to improve programs. We will continue to build our collection of resources, working with partners such as the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Advisory Committee, the New Jersey Association for Gifted Children, and the National Association for Gifted and Talented. It is essential that the department collaborates with educators while leveraging current bodies of research on giftedness. We will also re-examine our data collection measures to improve our responsiveness and ability to quickly identify areas of opportunity. Lastly, we will ask LEAs to review their gifted and talented policies, reconsidering and expanding the measures they use to identify giftedness in their students to ensure parity in their programs. We will ask them to ensure that their policies and procedures are highly visible on their websites and that parents are aware of the process for identification. We will provide additional resources in service to these actions. We wish to thank you for your continued support as we address the needs of our gifted and talented learners, and we are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Madam President.
I believe Board Member Aponte has questions to start us.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Commissioner and the team, for providing this information and responding to my initial request. A couple of questions. One, you mentioned the advisory committee. Do we know the makeup of that advisory committee in terms of race and ethnicity? And if you don't have that answer now, it'd be helpful to have that as well. Just to mention, in your slide deck, slide 8, assuming that the 108,000 slots are seats available, and you mentioned that Black students represent about 14.4% of that and 32.5% Hispanic of the population for New Jersey in terms of public school students, then you would expect that those percentages would be hopefully achieved in the number of seats allocated in gifted and talented programs. So unfortunately, we're not there, right? As the data shows, we're about 10,000 deficient slots for Hispanics and about 6,000 or so for our Black students. And so I could jump to a number of conclusions about those facts as you present here. That said, I'd rather ask a question about the strategy of your coordinator. And does the strategy include a more aggressive approach to outreach and promotions of gifted and talented programs in more densely populated Latino Black communities? Because a part of the problems I see is that many folks are just not aware of the availability of gifted and talented programs. I think we could do a much more aggressive job of outreach in those communities. I guess for me, that would be at least a good step forward. And then going back to the advisory committee, certainly having advisors that represent these communities, I think would also go a long way in helping to connect with those communities and encouraging more Black and Latino students to participate in gifted and talented. As you know, based on my support on many years of supporting gifted and talented programs and voting affirmatively on resolutions, my support of gifted and talented programs hopefully have demonstrated that support throughout the years. That said, I'm deeply concerned about these numbers, and I think that I sincerely believe that we do have talented Black and Hispanic kids that should be filling these slots, and it's not in my view, a question of whether or not our students can achieve, what's required for these programs. It's a matter. I want to say it's a matter of information, informing, and doing a better job of identifying these students. And I know that's an optimistic view, so I'll pause there.
Thank you. Mary Beth?
Yes, thank you, Arcilio, too. I'm always concerned, how are we capturing these gifted and talented children? So we're looking at, Governor Murphy signed the Strengthening Gifted and Talented Education Act. What's that going to look like when school opens? How are we implementing it? What's the departments? We have a department coordinator, but what's the schools going to look like? How are we implementing it? Are we expecting gifted and talented coordinators in every school? Is that kind of the expectation, that someone is the point person that's going to capture those kids, that's going to encourage them to be a part of the gifted and talented program? Because I really think we maybe need to get the message out there a little more. There's some amazing young people. So what are we thinking? We have this, act. What's it going to look like? How are we really capturing these young people? So you could speak to that and let us know a little more. That would be helpful.
Sure. We really appreciate the comments from both Mr. Aponte and Ms. Berry. As you indicated, the ability to communicate and ensure that there's transparency between the local district and the parent group to know exactly what's available and how children can qualify for gifted and talented, it's actually required in the law. But clearly, if there's an indication that parents are not getting it, that additional outreach, I think, is going to be very important. There's also a building body of research on identification of children in gifted and talented programs and how we can be as inclusive and find opportunities as much as possible. I agree that there are tremendous opportunities that are out there, and that our kids from all backgrounds can, if they have that particular need to qualify for gifted and talented programs, should have that opportunity barrier-free. And that's really the role. But I do want to indicate to you that the law allows for local boards of education to create their own programs. So each one of the districts develop their own programs. Our responsibility through the law is to gather up that information, to share out the promising practices, and to help connect and network different districts that are doing really wonderful activities in G&T programs. And we're still unpacking the data, looking at it at a district level. This, as you know, is all aggregated. It's statewide data. And when you aggregate data, at times you're not able to pinpoint where exactly to go and to provide those additional resources. But Mr. Imponte's comments about looking at districts that have high proportionalities of students who are Black and brown, and ensure that their parent communities understand what is being offered, how that process is transparent, and ensuring that they share their best practices is something that we're working on in the department.
And for the outreach of those communities where there's a high number of Latino students, do you know if materials are sent out in Spanish as well, or is that something that
typically
you're aware of?
Typically they are, but we can certainly follow up.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
So it says that they're, I'm sorry?
Hey, Kathy, I had my hand raised on Teams. Can you hear me?
Oh, Fatima, please, you have the floor.
Great. Thanks again for the presentation. I just want to say quickly, Arcilio, I appreciate your thoughts and sentiment, and want to also just publicly state that the numbers regarding Black and Latino students is concerning to me as well. I was really interested in the coordinator strategy. I know you all said that they're going to take a more aggressive approach, specifically with multilingual special education, but I'd love to hear what that strategy and approach is for places where there's high concentrations of Black and Latino students. And I think you start to get at the other part of my question, which is how are we just ensuring that best practices are being shared in those specific places such that we see both information that this exists and that we see these numbers begin to increase over time. That is it. Everything else I think will be repetitive of what Arcilio stated. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll be happy to provide that information to the board.
Is there a percentage of each school that, of the number of students that are involved in gifted and talented programs?
Yes, and they're required to report that to us annually.
But what is the requirement? Just
Yep.
that they report, or is there a
Yeah.
percentage requirement?
No, there is not a percentage requirement. There is a requirement that they report not only the students disaggregated as we showed today, but also the number of teachers who are providing services for gifted and talented, how they're building the capacity of those teachers through professional development. And there's also a requirement for a complaint procedure that if a parent is not happy with either the identification process or the program as a whole, that the district is required to publicize what that complaint process is.
So if I understand it correctly, each school, all the grades, K through 12, or just K through 3, or?
It's K through 12, and it's by district that we collect the information.
So would the children, or the students, I should say, that are in advanced placement classes, does that count?
It can count.
Okay. But each grade is required to have something.
No, they're not required to have.
Gifted and talented?
They're required to have a program for gifted and talented in all grades K through 12. But we don't require a particular program that they provide.
Or a particular percentage in each grade?
Or a particular percentage, that's correct.
Yeah.
Sure.
How are is it up to each district to determine how they identify gifted and talented? It's not mandated by the state?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
So I think we heard from Fatima and Arcelia, and I think Mary Beth, or it's certainly by Arcelia, that there may be a lack of some of these minority groups being aware of these programs. I'm wondering if it's that big of a problem, maybe there should be some sort of initiative that the state of New Jersey does, and it comes out of the Department of Education to make these kids more aware and the parents more aware. Have you thought about maybe coming up with some, if it's that big of a problem? I mean, look at these numbers. If that's what's driving the problem, I mean, we should try to do something about it. And why not use all this money that we spend on education to let these folks know that these programs are available? Commissioner, would the department maybe consider an initiative to try to better educate these groups as to the opportunity for gifted and talented programs?
So yes, the department continues to work through our county offices to ensure that districts are properly informing the parent community through not only posting on their websites, but through communication, and often in various languages, because we want to ensure that we are allowing every member of the community to participate. But if we believe, or we are learning that there may still be barriers, then we will promptly look to mitigate that through our conversations with the county superintendents, and we're meeting with them tomorrow. So it'll be a prime opportunity to have this discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you. I have two board members with their hands up. Dr. Rook, I understand you were first.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I want to thank the Commissioner and the Department for the presentation. I have a question related to some of the information and data that may have been collected as you were doing this research. There is a conversation related to universal design for learning, wherein teachers and instructors, support staff members identify students' individual strengths, areas for support, and then seek to provide sort of individualized instruction. Really kind of what Andy was talking about, specific to the individual learner. Are we seeing that some school districts are choosing to provide enrichment for all children because of the myriad levels of development and so-called, talents and gifts that all children may or may not possess at different times? Are we seeing a more universal approach, or are we seeing sort of that exclusive approach, which by its very nature will allow for only a certain subset of students to be able to engage in that type of a program?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ricca. It varies district by district. So there are districts that adopt the Renzulli model, an enrichment for all type of program. There are districts that have much more strict identification requirements, and the law allows for that type of diversity of program options.
Just to add to the response, during my time as a county superintendent, I had a county with 41 school districts, and during the CUSAC process, I learned about the myriad offerings as it relates to gifted and talented. Many school districts will choose a universal model for its youngest learners, for kindergarten, first and second graders, and then look to have some sort of criteria in third grade and above. So I was able to observe it. I was able to actually have conversations about it, and I know that districts take the gifted and talented offering quite seriously and are always working to improve upon its implementation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I believe.
Of course, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eckert. Dr. Johnson, you're next. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Some of the questions I had, Commissioner just provided information, but I just wanted to know more specifically about
We lost you. You said you want to know more specifically about, and then it stops. Dr. Johnson.
President Goldenberg, we can still hear you on those of us who are virtual, so I think it's just potentially with Dr. Johnson's connection.
can you,
Ned, you're muted now.
not according
There
to
you are.
Okay, just wanted to know more specifically about criteria. How closely in the county offices are the districts are actually doing?
Perhaps if the others have heard you, they can relay your question because you were in and out a little bit. Something about the county offices. Did anyone remotely hear him a little bit better?
No, it's also coaching.
How closely do they monitor? How closely do the county offices monitor gifted and talented? I believe is this question.
Dr. Johnson, is your question how closely the executive county superintendents monitor the gifted and talented program?
As Dr. Johnson appears to be muted and is having some technical challenges, I will gladly reach out to Dr. Johnson if we're unable to connect now to provide an in-depth answer.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
I have an additional question, if
Okay.
I may.
Could
Somebody
we-
else next?
Well, no, I just didn't know if there was an answer for that question. No.
The question specifically about county offices?
Yes, how
Yes.
closely monitored?
So they monitor through the CUSAC process that does entail a review on a triennial basis every 3 years. Okay, so I'm a little tongue-tied this morning, so please forgive me. But the process does entail an on-site visit most often, unless there are circumstances that lend themselves to the sharing of documents. But it is truly an enriching process that has the submission of data initially that is reviewed by the county office. Then there's a site visit to discuss and obtain examples. There's often discourse around the given indicators that are standardized for use across all school districts in our state, and then a review of the data and subsequent questions may be asked. and then, excuse me, the scoring of said data. And if a benchmark is not reached at the 80% level, then a district improvement plan is put into place that is monitored every 6 months, and the conversation ensues to provide opportunity for districts to improve their practice, to get to where they want to be and need to be in the realization of their district goals, vision, and mission statement.
Thank you very much. Hopefully that answered Dr. Johnson's question
Okay.
as well as mine. Thank you. Mary Beth, thank you.
Yes, I had an additional question. In some states, and Kathy Illing might be a person who could speak to this also, in some states, gifted and talented are students that have an IEP. Why has New Jersey never adopted that? Because it seems that the IEP process may be a better way if a young person is identified. A child study team would look at that student and really maybe raise them up so that they could really access services better. Why is that not in New Jersey's system?
So let me just, yes, interject, because I think that's something we should look into and get back to you. I would like to take the opportunity to confer with the team.
Okay, and it would be interesting to look at the data. Pennsylvania, I believe, does that. Of are they really getting better, more children being able to access that service. So I'd like to compare some of those states as well and see whether there's a difference there. So
I think it's also called double gifted in some of the.
Twice exceptional.
Yeah.
Yes, twice
Thank you.
exceptional.
Okay. Any other questions about this presentation? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
Again, thank you, and if I may,
yes,
Madam
please,
President, continue.
please.
Items for consideration. Item A, titled Appointments. I do not have personnel recommendations today, and we'll move to item B, certification of school districts. Since the July State Board meeting, the Executive County Superintendents have finalized 23 NJ CUSAC evaluations for districts. I am recommending 14 of these districts for certification today. Dr. Irving, Assistant Commissioner for the Division of Field Support and Services, is here to offer the list of districts for certification, along with Ms. Spates, who is our New Jersey CUSAC coordinator within this division. And they will respond to your questions after listing the districts ready for certification. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And good morning, everyone. As we shared last month, over the course of the next several State Board meetings, the State Board will be receiving several districts for certification. Today, Ms. Spates will share with you the districts who are up for this round. Carl?
Good morning. The districts are Medford Township School District, Cape May City School District, Cape May County Special Services School District, Greenwich Township School District, Califon Borough School District, Franklin Township School District, Hopewell Valley Regional School District, Homedale Township School District, East Hanover Township School District, Morris County Vocational School District, Mount Olive Township School District, Roxbury Township School District, Frelinghuysen Township School District, and Knowlton Township School District.
Thank you. At this point in time, Commissioner, State Board members will take any questions.
I do have a couple questions.
Please.
We have 23 districts that were reviewed. 14 of them got 80%, but when I'm looking at the 80%, some of them weren't especially, they were in the lower level of the 80%. And when I look at the 9 that were below 80%, the one factor that keeps glaring in my mind is instruction and program. Instructor, everyone, if I looked at the 9 districts financial management, governance, operations, and personnel, everyone was well over the 90%. Had they not had the deficit in instruction and program, which to me is obviously very, very important, they would have passed CUSAC, but they were, certainly some of them in the 60%. It's kind of alarming that instruction and practice is in every single, like last month we looked at it, is really an area we're falling down in. And even when we're looking at the 14 that passed, they were high in all the other areas. Instruction and practice was still, for some of them, not as high. Most of these districts are, in other areas, 98, 94. It seems to me we're having a real problem in instruction and programming. And how are we getting our focus back and really working in those areas and making sure that the academic piece is really strong in all of these schools? We've got school going to open, really soon. How are we making sure that these are not the numbers that our numbers are continuing to go up? I know it's been difficult, but it's, instruction and programming needs to be a huge focus. So if you could talk a little bit about how we're making sure we're getting these districts up to speed in that area.
Thank you. And Ms. Berry, to your point, instruction program is the work. Focusing on teaching and learning is what our educators do every single day in the field, what our county office of support, our ed specialists, our county superintendents do. I think in coming out of the pandemic, the commissioner, along with our team, has offered a multitude of different services. The New Jersey Partnership for Student Success and the work that we are presently doing in the field around literacy. In a second in a little while, we'll talk about science standards. We are literally elevating and raising the conversation around not just what quality instruction is, but how we can support our local district to do so. Through our CUSAC process, I think our county offices do an exceptional job in encouraging cutting edge pedagogy in the classroom. And I think, through the New Jersey Partnership of Student Success, and particularly the department is reinforcing that with all the respective work that's happening in my colleagues' divisions and the cross-divisional work that we all do. I will say it's been a year now that I've been here, that I've had the really great opportunity to work alongside some really awesome people. And we have tons of conversations amongst ourselves through our commissioner and our team around what are we doing presently in our division, field support and services, and how does that translate cross-divisionally into the field. I think as we move forward, as we do our next round of CUSAC reviews, that we will continue to see that improvement come, especially in the time that's been in our post-pandemic life.
It's a challenge. I certainly get it. So the New Jersey Partnership for Student Success, which I like and I listened for in your report, how are we positioned for walking into the new school year and bringing people in there with the high stakes tutoring? And how are we getting kids really, what's the classrooms going to look like? How's it going to be different that we're getting scores up? I'm glad we have CUSAC and we have this opportunity to be looking at and saying, okay, we've got to put a lot more into this. But we're looking at test scores falling, we're looking at kids struggling, and I want to make sure that we're really doing all that we can and getting the message out. So what's the classrooms going to look like? How are we putting in together this, this extra tutoring? How is that all happening? We're talking about those things, but how's it in practice?
So if I may just shed some light here, what we have been diligent in understanding is how can we best support the cyclical nature of schools. Schools open and they close for a particular cycle. We call it a school year. So our efforts are best aligned to fuse into their cyclical nature at the most optimal time. So high intensity tutoring or high impact tutoring, whichever name you prefer, is really designed to be available when districts have data for students to then be placed accordingly into this initiative with individuals who've been trained. So we've been gearing up for this. The budget that was passed included additional millions of dollars to support our targeted third and fourth graders who were the kindergarten and first grade students when the pandemic began. So when you look at the composite of our approach, it is one that says learning acceleration must occur, but at a pace where we are embracing and acknowledging the mental health of our students, of our educators and their families. The pandemic's tolls are yet to be calculated. Right? We know a bit about what has been publicized, but the data shows that our students are still experiencing some traumatic effects from the pandemic. And so we must be mindful with our targeted engagement of supports and ensuring that the mental health capacity is available in the school districts, and that's under our educational services division, coupled with what is happening in our teaching and learning division to say, well, we understand that learning must move forward, but the standards are an important part of that as well, and then bringing in caring adults who want to help our teachers. So often we've relied on the institution itself to totally remedy all of the challenges that are faced there. But the NJPSS is calling upon state employees soon to be able to go out. We have a cadre of committed individuals across the state, and we're starting here at the department in the fall, and some of our team members in this room are currently volunteering and had great experiences this summer. So we're working to put our money where our mouth is, so to speak, by actually saying we're going to show up, we want to help, and we are here at your disposal, trusting that the people locally know and that we help them target the spending of the $4.3 billion we receive from the federal government through the 3 tranches of ESSER funding. And the second funding phase is scheduled to close September 30th. So we are eagerly awaiting the reports from the summer programs that we know are going on across the state, very enriching experiences. And I want to close by saying that we are able to ascertain the need for support based on the attendance at our offerings for technical assistance. During the pandemic, we were at the height, we had 100%, but as we move into the endemic phase, we've tailed off with districts saying, we think we have a thorough understanding of what we need to do, and we'll call you in when needed. And that's why the county offices are so critical to their success under Dr. Irving's leadership. So I hope that that gives you a bit of a landscape analysis for us.
Listen, it's difficult work, and I know how hard the department is working. But I'm looking at, Holland Township School and Oxford Township and Washington Borough and Riverside, Mount Holly. Are you saying that we're going to make sure that high impact tutoring is offered and encouraged in those areas? We have these things. I'm looking for connecting the dots.
Yes.
How are they getting that? We talk about there's great things and we want people in there. How is it happening?
Yes, so it's happening in a state that has a local control system to have partnerships. So we are unable to dictate in many instances, you must use this. Many districts have effective tutoring programs in place. What we've offered, as you said, how are we helping them? We've offered an equivalency where districts said, you know what, we have test data that we believe is more timely and reflective of our student growth and success than what the state has provided, because we did not test every year during the pandemic. So we have worked to partner and help districts get to that 80%. But if they are not there, then they have to target the funds to best meet their needs. And they're very unique. So what we're doing is understanding at a county level how we can pool resources and how we can share the most promising practices that will help propel districts forward.
And Commissioner, if I may?
Please.
Each district is also, for those districts who are below 80, they're also responsible for putting together a district improvement plan. And so I think that plan is really the next step to the point you just shared, Ms. Berry, is about, it's not just you don't get 80 and, okay, we'll see you in 3 years. It becomes a conversation, which, I think in our work and what we do as educators, especially as professionals, is engage in conversations around kids. All right, you didn't hit 80. Why? And what supports are in place in the district to help get you to that point, and how can we as the county offices help do that? And so those district improvement plans are kind of those benchmarks that encourage the department and the county office and the district to engage in that back and forth, and we track that progress as we move to the next review, hopefully elevating the scores that you'll see there.
And if I may, that progress is reviewed every 6 months. So when you see that notation of interim, that means they had a 6-month review.
Thank you.
Of course.
Question. Chris, in the year that you've been doing this, in all the schools that you've looked at, I know there was some talk of some rebellious districts that said that they weren't going to teach the health standards that were passed. I, for one, had voted against them because I thought there were some things in there that we shouldn't be doing, but nonetheless, they became regs. And my question to you is, have you, in reviewing the districts and developing their QSAC scores, have you deducted points from any of the districts for failing to teach the health standards as per the state standards?
I'm sure we don't have that information right in front of you to.
Yeah, if you give me some time, I can certainly work with Carla to figure out and pull that information out and get that back to you.
I don't need to know how many. Are there any?
Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable answering that right now.
Right.
Why not? Why not?
Because we don't have the accurate information to provide to you.
I don't need to know which districts or
You're
how
asking
many.
how many, is that correct?
Just are there any?
We don't,
know.
I don't know right now to tell
Well,
you.
you run this program, right?
Right. And I can certainly get the information. I just don't really have a binder of a lot of info.
I only need to know whether one or more districts.
We would like to make sure that we're accurate, and what happens in QSAC when you see IMP, that is all of the curricular areas. So individually, right in front of us, we can't say if they had a missing curricula for that particular area. We'd have to go into the individual DPR. So as not to mislead you, we'd rather go back and check and confirm to make sure that we're providing you accurate information.
Well,
Ms. Space is much better than I did.
I'm just surprised that such a controversial issue you couldn't answer the question as whether there have been any of them. But if you're not comfortable doing it, or you prefer not to do it, what can I say? So I'll wait to hear sometime later. Thank you.
Any other questions about the certification of school districts at this time? Hearing none, I'd like to ask for a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you very much, Board Member Aponte. May I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Board Member Sylvia. Any other discussion about the certification of school districts? Hearing no more discussion, all those in favor, please signify to accept the 14 school districts for certification.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
President Goldenberg, moving on to item C.
Yes.
Today I present for adoption a recommendation to modify the dynamic learning maps, also known as DLM, English Language Arts and Mathematics performance level cut scores to adapt to changes made to the assessments. The DLM assessments are the alternate assessments designed for students with the most significant intellectual disabilities and are intended to be administered to no more than 1% of New Jersey's student population, per the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. Dr. Schiff, Assistant Commissioner of Teaching and Learning Services, and Mr. Bozani. I'll look at that. I've been working on myself. Director of the Office of Assessments will present the cut score modification as established by the DLM Consortium. Thank you, Dr. Schiff.
Thank you. Good morning once again. Today, we would like to present the proposed adjusted cut scores in response to changes to the dynamic learning maps, or DLM, assessments. New Jersey, having been a founding member of the consortium since 2010, has historically utilized the adopted consortium's approved cut scores since the DLM implementation in 2014. As part of the consortium, it is expected that member states would utilize these values. The consortium recently made changes to the DLM assessment by reducing the number of topics within the assessment to allow for a more thorough analysis into each of the topics. As a result, the total possible scores lower, and in turn, the cut scores were reduced proportionally to ensure the rigor of this assessment remains consistent to the initial design of the assessment. The changes do not impact the assessment by making it any easier or more difficult. As a reminder, this slide shows the ELA, English Language Arts, proposed cut scores for the approaching, target, and advanced performance levels. The next slide will show the proposed math cut scores. This slide again shows the proposed math cut scores for approaching, target, and advanced performance levels. We appreciate you viewing this abridged version of the presentation that we made last month to the board, which had additional details, and we are here and available to answer any questions that you have at this time. Thank you.
The mic is on. We did discuss this back in our June assessment meeting, and I just wanted to point out that the assessment committee was comfortable with these recommended cut scores. There were lots of questions, lots of discussions, but I think, again, we were satisfied in the responses that we received, and wanted to make sure that as you presented to the entire body of the board, that board members were aware that the assessment committee was satisfied with the responses that we received.
Any other thoughts or questions at this time? Hearing none, I'd like a motion, please, to accept the DLM cut scores as shown for both ELA and math.
So moved.
Thank you. May I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item D, today I present the adoption resolution to establish revised praxis content knowledge tests and their qualifying scores for biology, chemistry, earth and space sciences, general science, and computer science. These assessments, along with other measures, ensure that teachers seeking certain endorsements have demonstrated the appropriate level of subject matter knowledge necessary to offer high-quality instruction to students. Dr. Irving, Assistant Commissioner for the Division of Field Support and Services, is here to present the resolution and will respond to your questions. Dr. Irving?
Thanks, Commissioner. Good morning again, everyone. The purpose of this morning's resolution is to consider the regenerated tests for the following courses: general science, biology, chemistry, physics, earth science, which will replace the current test used by the New Jersey Department of Education. As the State Board knows, we just recently adopted new science standard and the New Jersey Student Learning Standards. So in doing so, we have to have a new test. Additionally, this resolution will also provide for the new state tests of computer science, content knowledge. This newly adopted computer science endorsement, which has been adopted under NJAC 6A 9B 10, requires candidates seeking computer science endorsement to pass the appropriate state test for computer science content knowledge. Standard setting studies were conducted by our test vendor, ETS, with the minimum level of content knowledge necessary for entry into the practice of the teaching profession, and to reconfirm the relevance of the test for our New Jersey state teachers. As you all have before you, sorry, I typically have somebody with me, I apologize. As you all have before you, there is the, I forgot the clicker was next to me, sorry. You have the breakdown of the test and the endorsement. It's important to note, as you're looking at the spreadsheet here, that we are talking about new standards and a new test. And so at like face glance, you want to kind of compare apples to apples, and you really can't here because these are new examinations. And so for the purposes of clarity, though, we did want to provide for the state board the new test, the new cut score, and the new effective date, and the old test, the old name, the old cut score, and the dates those tests expires. And so at this point in time, I will, if there are any further questions, I will take questions from the state board in regard to this process.
Any questions at this time?
I do. How long have you been working on this? Or has the department been working on this?
So once the state board adopted the new state standards for science, we begin the process for reaching out to the vendor and adopting these new cut scores.
So when did that all begin?
I believe it was last year, Commissioners. This was prior to my arrival.
I have to get back to you with the exact date. Do you know, let me get back to you because I don't
Right.
have that date handy, but I can tell you by the end of the meeting.
I do know when I arrived, this needs to get done. And so working with our vendor ETS, and again, the national standards get adopted by the state, and then we move forward with working with our vendors to identify the new test because, quite frankly, the old no longer exists once the state board adopted, the new standards.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, please.
Just a comment. I know that we've been discussing the computer science certification for many years now. Certainly, this is something that I welcome and look forward to adopting today. And I think it's certainly important for the future of our state that we have qualified teachers in the classroom, certified teachers in the classroom, to provide curriculum and guidance to students in terms of the opportunities in computer science. So I want to congratulate you and the team on that work.
Thank you. There's a great team of folks who worked hard in our recruitment preparation and certification department to do this. So again, I have the opportunity to present, but I want to be very clear, there are tons of folks who work in this building who are doing the great work.
Thank you. Any other questions about it? Hearing none. All those in favor? Oh, I
Aye.
need a motion. I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry.
So
Did we
moved.
do the motion?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rucka. May I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sylvia. I believe Mary Beth Gazy also said it. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Irving. Moving to item E. Today I present for adoption the readoption with amendments of Chapter 7, Managing for Equality and Equity in Education. This chapter requires school districts, charter schools, and Renaissance school projects to provide equitable access to educational activities and programs to all students and faculty, regardless of the protected category or class of which they belong. Dr. Irving, Assistant Commissioner for Field Support and Services, along with Mr. Huber, the Chief Policy Advisor to the Commissioner, are here to present a summary of the rulemaking and will respond to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. Today I present to you for the adoption level, the department proposed adoption for Chapter 7, Managing for Equality and Equity in Education, developed to ensure the educational equity is achieved and inequities that may exist are addressed by each local education agency. As a reminder, this chapter's purpose is to ensure the provisions and protections codified under the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, and I'll use NJLAD for short as I move forward. And the applicable state and federal laws are applied for all public entities throughout the state of New Jersey. Additionally, this chapter strives to ensure all students and staff, regardless of housing status, socioeconomic status, immigration status, or any protected category, as stated in NJLAD, are provided equitable access to educational programs and services by each district board of education. Since the time that we've had our conversation, there have been no changes to the department's proposed amendment throughout Chapter 7 since our last meeting on this March 1st in 2023. In short, the department is proposed amendments to clarify the expectations and responsibilities of each district's Board of Education and providing equitable areas and access to educational experiences for their students. This is a further reminder that those were shifting asset-based language in the provisions and definitions aligning with the applicable laws and evidence-based practices, streamlining and consolidating language for clarity and accountability, ensuring equity training is comprehensive and appropriate to address inequities specific in our local districts. At this time, I would like to pause for any questions that you may have, and I want to thank the State Board and members of the Policy Committee for the conversation that we've had over the course of the last several months. At this point in time, we'll take any questions.
Thank you. I believe you may start. Sure.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Irvin, just want to compliment you and your team and the work that you put into this document. I think certainly it's been a comprehensive effort to ensure that the body of work represents what's needed and best for the state of New Jersey and the students in our public school system. That said, I believe there was nearly 900 commenters on this particular chapter, and in looking through many of the comments myself, I saw comments in here that I think were helpful in understanding the challenges that many of the folks who commented see within the districts, and made recommendations of improvement. So for the comprehensive equity plan, for example, there were comments that suggested that it's no more than a checklist, and that districts should be more accountable for outcomes. I believe it was Dr. Charles Payne from the Cornwall Center who commented or provided recommendations to enhance the CEPs so that it has meaning and really could assist in achieving the equity goals for the state. And so I think the response from the department was respectful, but didn't want to endorse, I guess, what was being recommended by Dr. Payne. And I think that
Dr. Payne is with whom? I'm sorry.
The Cornwall Center at Rutgers University.
Thank you.
Rutgers University, Newark. And I think the comment number was 102 or 103. So I think there's some real great suggestions that were made to enhance our ability to improve equity in the state. And I would just ask that you maybe revisit some of those recommendations, because I think that, based on some of Dr. Payne's recommendations, would look at best practices to be more data driven, and certainly there's a lot of data that you guys collect, but maybe there's an opportunity to deliver that data in a way that's more useful to local districts. So I'm just encouraging you to revisit some of those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you. We have Dr. Ricca has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam President. I also wanted to thank the Commissioner and thank the Department of Education for all of the work, as well as my colleagues for all the many hours that we have spent together reviewing and discussing There have been a number of comments that have been offered by members of the Board of Education, as well as members of the greater community in the state, recommendations to which I think Mr. Ponte has just made reference stand out in my mind. I believe that this is really important work, and I believe that we really want to get it right. And I still think that there are things that we can explore in a way to make any changes that are brought forward meaningful and also achieve all of the spirit of the work that we're trying to do, while also taking into consideration some of the concerns that folks have expressed. And perhaps we can do a better job to assuage some of those concerns by revisiting some of the language that is either present or maybe even not present. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Ricka. I appreciate that. I guess there are no examples that you meant to give, right? At this time?
No, Madam President. No. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Very good. Anybody else at this point?
Yeah, we've had so many conversations and read so many comments, and every time I look, there's additional comments, and I have read all the comments and really think so much about this, and do we have this right? Are we doing the right thing? When I think equity, how is it going to affect the student who demonstrates hard work, who possesses talent, skills, and ability? Are they going to be challenged less in a classroom? There's so many pieces that could possibly come out of, we sanction this and we put it out there. How is it going to look in our day-to-day classrooms? I think I've said that at least 3 times today. What's our individual classrooms going to look like? How is this affecting what's going on in our individual schools? We had a gifted and talented and amazing presentation that lifts us all up, that makes us think about the possibilities kids have. And then we're going to talk about topics that, how are we going to assure that all kids are getting what they need, and that we're not taking away from one group or not encouraging one group to succeed more? They're all kids. Every single kid is such an amazing person that looks for schools, and parents and families are looking for schools to lead them. I really feel like, as much as we've had so much conversation, I don't think we have this done yet. I don't feel like this is something that we can vote on yet, because I don't think the work is done. We put in hours and hours, but it's still not there. So do we have any assurances? Are there anything that the department can say that these are systems in place that are going to make sure that every kid has what they need?
Please.
Madam Commissioner. I think the conversation that we've had over the course of the last several months is reflective of the same conversation that we encourage districts to do through their comprehensive equity plans. The comprehensive equity plans engage stakeholders, parents, students, faculty, staff, school board members around conversations around educational equity as defined by the communities in which they live. And I think it's important for us to not just clarify that, but to emphasize the fact that every town, every township, every municipality in the state is different and unique. And I think this chapter seeks to honor that, while encouraging communities to have conversations around who's at the table and potentially who is not. Who do we see, and haphazardly, who might we not see? And that is going to be different for every single community. To Board Member Ponte's point, we're not seeking perfection, we're seeking equity, and that requires work. And requires each member of a Board of Education to wrestle with their collective bodies, communities, and parents to weigh in on the blind spots that we may see or not see with regard to our learned and lived experiences, But at the end of the day, those comprehensive equity plans can be effective tools for communities to not just go through this process, but then document and track their progress with regard to instruction and who those kids are. And I think the comprehensive equity plans provide us that opportunity to have that assurance because, as Commissioner shared a second ago, the local control component, it gets put back into the hands of the elected school board members or appointed school board members of a respective town. And so it is up to those individuals who are elected by their citizenry to help navigate their community through that process. No different than how we've all engaged in that process over the last several months.
If I could just then follow up on that point. Local control sounds like, okay, we're encouraging people to run for school board and for communities to talk amongst themselves and what's important to them. And then we, so, okay, local control, and I hear that and I keep thinking, okay, that people should, within their own communities, make decisions for their community. But then you look at Hanover and you look at lawsuits that are in place now, talking and saying, you know what, we're not going to necessarily have local control. In the Hanover's case, parental rights. Locals want parental rights, and they're losing that. So when we put this in place, if we put this in place, what you're saying is that going to backfire on us, that now we're going to be faced on all kinds of upcoming lawsuits because local people want particular things that are important to them.
If I could follow up on your comments, Chris. One thing that this document provides, Chapter 7 provides, is the county executive, who's an employee of the DOE, needs to approve the plan. And if they don't approve the plan, or your plan's deemed incomplete, actually change the language, you need to deem it complete. If it's not deemed complete, then you can withhold funds for that school district. So you have a hammer. Now, if under the leadership of the commissioner that sits here now and the people that work for her, we have all great leaders that really, in the spirit of what you just described, the locals have control, we'll be fine. But what if we don't? What if we have someone that wants to push an agenda? I'm concerned about that. I'm very concerned about that. And I don't think that I also don't think the document's ready to go, but I've got some technical concerns, if I may. I see the words opportunity gap put back in here. We had a meeting and it was originally introduced, the words opportunity gap, to effectively swap out achievement gap. And I thought we agreed that we were going to take it out, but now I see it back in. What happened?
I believe that was a compromise between the state board and staff, that opportunity gap was going to be left in. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I remember we discussed it with both verbiage and collectively the state board and
okay,
staff.
I may be wrong. Yeah. I appreciate your comment.
But it was,
fair enough.
I think that was a compromise.
Yeah, I see they are both in. What about the business that, and I warned in one of our meetings, I was concerned. Well, first of all, I asked that we define affirmative action in this document. We define a lot of terms in this document. And I asked that we define affirmative action, but I see that we're not. And I expressed some concern that there was a case in the Supreme Court on affirmative action, and I thought it may be not such a great idea to use the term affirmative action for the name of the officer that's responsible for putting the equity plans together and making sure that they're implemented. So lo and behold, the Supreme Court overturned affirmative action, and here we have a document saying that we're going to have effective. Well, actually, this whole document is about a wonderful thing, and that's trying to overturn discrimination, which is wonderful. That's what we should be doing. That's what the whole spirit is here. But my goodness, the affirmative action was overturned for being discriminatory. And here we're using that terminology. I don't think we should. I think the state may be opening itself up to being sued on this for not being in compliance with the law. Now, it's certainly out of my pay grade here but I have that concern, and I think we should look at that. That's one of the things I think we need to look at. Couple more questions. Are things getting better in regard to prejudice in the school system in New Jersey? Have things been improving, or are they getting worse, or are they the same? What have we found? What has our history shown us? Because we get all this reporting, we must have a sense as to how we're doing.
So President Mulvihill, I think it would be best for us to respond to each of your concerns or questions.
That's
so
fine.
If I may, just to go back, you spoke about the spirit of the document, and thank you for articulating what our desire was to convey, to address any levels of discrimination that can exist and to work to mitigate that, to be proactive. And your reference to affirmative action, I believe, is captured in the document in the section 6A:7-1.5 that refers to the affirmative action officer as opposed to the process of affirmative action, which is quite distinct from the Supreme Court's decision. Just want to ensure that we're speaking in sync with one another on that. So the affirmative action officer is a position that we are aware exists in most, if not all, school districts, and to have that person continue to, or have the person in that role continue to administer this is the intent of the document. As it relates to your last question regarding the degree or increase or number of, did you say hate crimes, or did you say?
I said discrimination. I mean, that's pretty much what we're talking about here, right?
Yes. So while I'm going to say I do not have the numbers, we don't have the numbers here, the Attorney General has released numbers statewide for hate crimes. And so we don't have the ability to distill, did they occur in school or not, but we know that the number of hate groups have increased in New Jersey. We know the number of hate crimes has increased in New Jersey overall. So if schools are a microcosm of our society, one may be able to make a connection, although I don't necessarily want to, but I will get back to you with that information.
Have the, thank you. Have the equity plans helped? Do they work?
So you start first and then I'll, yes.
So I was superintendent of schools for 4.5 years. And the comprehensive equity plans, when I got in, it was the first one I had to do when I first came in. And it was a daunting experience, to say the least, because we all took it extremely seriously during this process. When I came in, it was 2018, 2019. Our world continues to storm and form with regard to social justice. And the conversation around, equity was as important then as it is now. It is my belief, as I've experienced and I have seen in this role, that superintendents of schools and boards do take this process seriously, because you're talking about people who may be vulnerable. And again, that is defined differently in every community, whether it's students of special needs, whether it's students of color, whether it's students with disabilities. I mean, the categories, as we know, in the law against discrimination are endless. But the opportunities there for districts to lean in. And I think, again, what this chapter endeavors to do is to encourage districts to have those conversations, because to not have those conversations are detrimental to kids. And so we owe it to our children, as all of us have continued to do in this process, is to engage in difficult conversations. But these are important conversations. They don't need to make us, feel comfortable.
But are they working?
I would believe that they are, and they are.
Do you
working.
have any? Have we done any statistical analysis to see if that's the case? I would think it's something that we should look. I don't want to put you. I'm putting you on the spot. I don't want to put you on the spot on this. I'll get some other things to put you on the spot for. But I think it's something that we should probably. It wouldn't be a bad exercise to go through, to see if this is the plan, and seems to be the plan. It's a big part of the plan. We should see whether it's working or not. But let me turn to what my big concern is, and I think a lot of people in this rooms and a lot of the comments that we've gotten, not just from individuals, but from our state senators and legislators. And it's this whole idea of the word equity versus equal. That's what I think so many folks are struggling with. And I'm happy to say that we were able, with the assistance of the department, to tweak the definition. In our definition, it clearly says that equity in the state of New Jersey in education is not about equal outcomes. It's about equal opportunity and some other things. But I think the concern here is the way when people look around at how equity has influenced kids in education throughout the country, it's been a real problem in some cases. It's like a noble goal, right? Of course it's a noble goal that we want everyone to be treated fairly, and we want to help the kids that need more help. We want to give them more help. Absolutely. You'd be an idiot not to want to do that. But it's the unintended consequences of pushing this narrative that it needs to be, all the results need to be equal. So for instance, I don't know where I got this from, and I could be wrong, but you've got a school that one of the things that we have to look at is special needs kids. And you need to look to see if your percentage of special needs kids for a certain group, whatever group that may be, girls, boys, transgender, African American, whatever it is, you got to make sure that your percent of special needs kids reflects the percent of the general population. So if you have 5% of redheaded kids in your school, then you should have 5% of the kids in special ed. If you don't, you don't have equity. So what are you supposed to do about that? I mean, and if you don't have equity, and you're not following your plan is you're not doing what you need to do, and it's deemed incomplete, you can lose your funding. So what do? You say, okay, all you redheaded kids, there's too many of you in special ed. We're going to kick some out. Or we need more redheaded kids. Let's bring more redheaded kids into special education because we need equity. So I don't think that you think that. I don't think you'd ever do that. But I'm worried about the next guy that's going to take this document and look at that. Now, so I just made something up. But what about real life? There's a thing that I read in the Wall Street Journal. In fact, I'm going to read it to you if you guys can bear with me. So in 2012, the Education Department, this is the federal, released a study showing that black students were more likely than their white peers to be suspended and expelled from school. This disparity was taken as evidence of racial bias. And 2 years later, the department issued threatening guidance letters to school districts across the country. The letters essentially warned that schools would be faced federal civil rights investigations if black suspension rates didn't come down. Schools were pressured to discipline students or not based on race rather than behavior. And many administrators and teachers felt obliged. In New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, the nation's 3 largest school districts, reduction in suspension and expulsions were followed by an uptick in bullying and other disruptive behavior. Students and teachers alike reported feeling less safe. And the article goes on. Again, it's the unintended consequences of pushing something and defining something without thinking it all the way through. I think we have a lot more work to do on this to get it right, and I want to get it right, and I think all my fellow board members know, usually when we're talking about the affluent kids in the nice districts, I don't pay as much attention, but when it comes to like looking at the kids in the inner cities and how we can do better for them, like charter schools, I'm all in. That's what I'm focused. That's what I'm concerned with, is those marginalized kids. So please don't take this as me being some cold-hearted SOB that doesn't care about those kids, because that's not what it is. This is about getting it right so that we actually effectuate the change that we want. And I don't think any of you guys want these negative outcomes, but I fear that if we set up the wrong structure, we're going to screw this thing up. Thank you.
So Andy, if I may, just a quick question. Andy,
Board Member Ponte.
I'm sorry, in your
Everyone,
article,
please let him speak.
in your article, is the assumption that white students exhibited different behaviors than the black and Hispanic students that were arrested? Or were they all exhibiting similar behaviors in that the percentage of blacks and Hispanic students were arrested at higher levels, as been the trend for in this country since its beginnings. So, you make a lot of assumptions there. I'm just not sure whether or not those assumptions are accurate based on the data that was presented in your article. If you don't know, that's great. I understand. I guess I'll take that as a don't know.
Do I know?
So you made an assumption there that the black, based on the article that you just read, is an assumption that white students exhibited different behaviors than black and Hispanic students.
I don't know that that's what the article said.
Well, then, we don't want to go back and forth on the article.
Right.
But that said, the article is making a correlation between the elimination of subjecting black and Hispanic students to suspension or other types of enforcement that led to an increase in bullying. But you speak nothing of the behaviors of white students in those same school districts. How did they fare in terms of once the black and Hispanic students were not suspended at similar levels? What happened within that district in terms of white students and their behavioral issues, and whether or not they were suspended at higher levels, because the black and Hispanic students apparently were no longer being subjected to suspension and other types of enforcement.
The article doesn't address the white students, but it does say that the sad irony is that black students in whose names this was done were the ones most hurt by racial quotas in school discipline. And a 2017 federal survey of school safety by the National Center for Education Statistics found that 25% of black students nationwide reported being bullied, the highest percentage of any racial group. So to me, it's about helping those kids out, not hurting those kids.
Yeah, and Andy, I know you always position yourself to help students out, particular students of underrepresented populations within the state.
Thank you.
That said, I think I disagree with a lot of your recent statements regarding equity, and I think it's something that I believe needs to be enforced within school districts. I think the department has done a really great job of trying to identify what equity means, how it's applied, how school districts and students particularly can benefit from quality equity programs. So I think, based on what I've received in terms of information and comments, I think there's great progress being made within districts, and what's being presented to us today takes another step forward in achieving better equity within districts and opportunities for students to access quality education, quality programs, quality systems within the school district. So I think there's a lot to be gained, although I recognize, as I mentioned earlier, this chapter is not perfect. I think the CEP plan, as I mentioned earlier, needs some improvement, but I do believe that we are on the right track and the department's on the right track.
Thank you. I do see. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Johnson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just quickly, just talking about disproportionality, that's really what that article and what the Federal Department of Education was looking at. So I agree with many of the points that Arcilio just made. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Bob Rove, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think what we are doing is talking here about classes of people and disadvantaged classes of people. And although that's a real problem, we are forgetting we are dealing with individual students. And you can come across an individual student and you can see that that student needs a certain amount of help to get to a certain point. I think that we really have to be cognizant. We are not looking, and you could tell by the early thing on gifted and talented that we had earlier today, that we're not looking to take programs away from people who are deserving of entering those programs. Well, we're not, but we also need to look at the individuals who fall through the cracks. And I think that's something that we also have to be aware of and deal with.
Thank you, Board Member Barbara. Thank you. I see no other hands up. The point that also worries me, there's a couple of points. One is about the 60 days of the executive county superintendent's completion date for a district. It had been 180 days, and I'm concerned that it's too brief a period. And, oh, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, President Goldenberg, for raising that concern. So the intent is to ensure that the plan implementation is started within 60 days of approval. Knowing that the district has vetted the plan prior to submission, they are ready to go into action, but giving that 180-day runway can take them into another school year. And we want to have the work begin to occur as close to the crafting of the document as possible as the district is prepared. And I just want to reemphasize that again, once the plan is submitted, to go into action.
But it's going to 33% of what it was, and so
Yes.
I think it's probably better to split the baby in the middle and do 50-50. I just think that's not enough time for a district to do professional development and change things. It's quite a, it seems to be too quick for a district, especially if it's during testing time or the times that are in November and December when you have weeks off, et cetera. So that's one of my concerns.
Sure. May I just also offer that the plans are typically reviewed during the same period of time, usually at the end of the school year. And when we speak about implementation, that in its broadest sense means that districts are not going to take action by convening committees and beginning to plan until the plan is approved. Not that they're going to schedule PD within the next month, because they are very thoughtful with their long-range plan, as this tends to have a 3-year look. So they're not looking to just, oh, this is a 1-year turnaround and we have to act quickly. And then I just want to ask the board to not allow perfection to be the enemy of progress here. We understand that Chapter 7 has come up at this time, and this was not chosen by us, but it is the review cycle that is scheduled. And so looking at the needs of districts and looking at how people actually change. And so I just have to say this. I think about myself as a parent of a child with an IEP, a parent of a child who excelled academically, and a parent of a child who was an athlete. Same dinner was served, but every child did not like broccoli. And I had to decide how I was going to get my children to eat their vegetables. And so I learned early on in my career that people change when they see the light or feel the heat. And so that's what I learned. So as a parent, I would work to help them understand the vegetables were very healthy and makes you stronger. And so my athletic child was the first one to eat the vegetables. My other two weren't ascribing to that philosophy. They said, well, I just won't be as healthy as I can today. And yet I wouldn't let them get up from the table because they needed to eat their vegetables. So then I began to have different conversations, and I understood that my end goal could be achieved if they saw the benefit. And the benefit for the other two was to be released from the dinner table. So they just ate their vegetables, right? And so when we talk about heat and the punitive components that Vice President Mulvihill raised, yes, there is the reality that there could be an occasion to withhold funding. That, as you said, is not the current tenor at the department. This has been a long-standing opportunity that is available, and it is something that is not easily and readily implemented. And there are checks and balances at the Department of Education. So if a district believes that we are being unfair or we are being punitive, there are many channels in which they can have outreach to have conversation beyond the county office. They're not limited. I'm going to connect it to comprehensive health and physical education. Yes, we are aware that several districts have made a decision to go about addressing the standards in a way that is counter to how we recommend it. And there are some discussions that involve legal ramifications and discussions. And we acknowledge that this is all a part of our democracy, that we are responsible for ensuring that we often have the broadest definitions with some of the maybe more truncated timelines to ensure that progress is made, not perfection, that we allow districts to understand that you are now required to implement what you said you're going to do. We're not telling you to do this, but you are now required to implement that to move forward. And that's what our society is about, ensuring that parents have the right. And I go back to what Board Member Berry said. Schools are designed, and I made my notes so I would speak correctly, that schools are not to lead students, but to listen to students and parents as we have processes with curricular development. We have processes for parents to get their involvement through the election or selection of board members. We have many parents who are on the committees for hiring staff through the organizations there. So schools are valued partners in the community, and we do not want to supersede parental rights, hence the right of parents to opt out of what they believe runs afoul to their beliefs. So thank you, President Goldenberg, for giving me that opportunity.
If I can comment.
I think Andy was next, and then you can.
Just on what you just said, I just want to
I have
quickly.
something. Yeah, go ahead, Arcelia.
Oh, thank you, Andy. Just a while ago, a colleague of mine, we were speaking of good leadership and management, and he mentioned to me that a good leader takes heat and emits light. Thank you, Commissioner, for emitting the light in terms of the situation that we have in hand today, and clearly articulating what's at stake here. And so thank you for your leadership on this. That's all I wanted to say, Andy.
Yeah, I like a lot of what you had to say, Commissioner, and I believe that you believe it, and I think you're trying to act on it. But I can't not mention that when we're talking about parental rights and local control, as Mary Beth brought up, Hanover is being sued by the state of New Jersey for policies that they wanted to adopt on having parents educated about when a kid expresses himself as trans. It's unbelievable. I mean, that I think that we're kind of talking out of two sides of on this thing. But I just, sorry, but I just couldn't, not make that comment. I have one last thing for you, Chris. Is one of these classes that we're trying to protect, these groups, are any of them more important than the other, or are they all important?
Which Chris?
I'll
No, I like this guy's answer better than yours.
You like that?
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead,
No,
Chris.
I think, so,
That's good.
You said Chris, I was like, all right.
so the classes that are outlined in the regulations are those taken from NJ Lad, right?
Can you put the microphone closer to you?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that better? So the classes that are in the groups that are identified in the regulations are taken from NJ Lad, from the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination and the
Right, I'm
associated
aware of that.
statutes. To say is one greater than the other, I think the answer obviously is no. I think
So-
what's important, well, hold on, because I think what's important is what you spoke about initially when we talked about gifted and talented, what Board Member Aponte spoke about, what Board Member Berry spoke about, and that's equitable opportunities, equitable access. And that's what these regulatory packages are striving to provide, is equitable access. I think as we saw from the gifted and talented data, that may not be happening on the ground. We hear similarly, and we act on it when we do, that there's not equitable access to AP and IB courses for particular groups.
That's not where I'm headed. I mean, you can.
Well, I
finish,
understand what I know where you're headed, but this is where this is important.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to ensure on the ground, the base level of equitable access to educational opportunities, which is what is part of NJ LAD, which is part of other statutory requirements, whether it be federal or state, as well as codifying it in our own regulations for school districts to implement. So it's all grounded in that central premise of equitable opportunities to education, equitable access to educational opportunities. Again, to your initial point, when we took out outcomes, right? We had a long discussion way back when, months and months ago, about equitable outcomes. This is equitable opportunities, equitable access to those opportunities.
I'm happy that we did make that change, but that wasn't where I was going. So all of these groups, all of these classes are important. So I ask you, why are we protecting transgender kids when it comes to sex ed and dividing up the groups and not protecting girls?
So this is permissive, right? So
girls are,
so
girls
what we
sex
have
is a protected class,
so
right?
This goes back to what Board Member Berry, the Commissioner, mentioned as well. This is permissive, right? The regulations say may. This is where this conversation takes place locally, right? Your community that you live may have a different take on that than the one I do.
No.
But it's,
Chris, this is
No.
very disingenuous of you.
It's not.
It
No,
is,
it's not,
and
'cause
I'll
it's
tell you
permissive.
why.
It
Because
says may, it's
what you're
permissive.
saying is you may divide them, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you decide to divide them, you have to do it based on gender identity, not based on sex. And look, I get it. I get the trans argument. If you really believe that a child can change their sex and a girl can say they're a boy or a boy can say they're a girl, then you should do that. You should let girls that think they're boys compete in sports. You should let them go to sex ed classes if you believe that. If you don't believe that, you think that there's some sort of thing going on that they may need some help with, you may take a different perspective. That's the perspective that I take. But what I'm saying is, if you choose to do it, you are required to do it by gender identity, and it is discriminatory to me to have girls that want to be in one class and have all girls there talking about this issue, and you send a boy in there from their perspective or some people's perspective. That's the issue. And I think it's discrimination. And I don't think we should do it, and I think it should be taken out.
So, yes, and Vice President Mulvihill, before I know President Goldenberg wants to acknowledge other board members, I feel compelled, and I just must add this, that I truly believe that you and those who support similar viewpoints are working to ensure that we are protecting everyone. And as a former principal, as a person who has met with parents who have come in to my office saying, I have my child who was born with this anatomy, who identifies as this gender, and I need you to provide a safe environment for my child. Now, this happened to me 20 years ago. This happened to me 20 years ago. So, as a person employed by the Board of Education, charged to ensure every child receives a thorough and efficient education, what was I to do other than say, absolutely, tell me what you need? And the parents said, we need a teacher who is compassionate and who will not force children to choose. So that way my child, who was 5 years old, does not have to make a decision. Now, there are times in a student's career where he or she will have to make decisions. And so students know best and learn from each other first and foremost. They know more about one another often than the adults who are with them every day, based on lunch experiences, hallway experiences, school bus experiences, walks home, and of course, those out-of-school activities. I want to just impress upon everyone that while we all have our beliefs, and I have mine as well, that allowing room not only for school districts to respond to the needs of the students in the community, but to allow for students who are uncomfortable of any gender identification to voice that. That's what we're asserting, that everyone has a voice, not that one voice is louder than another. Another relevant example, as a county superintendent, I visited a middle school and I've watched students discuss their capstone projects, 3 years of research as 8th graders. And as I walked around the room, a student was so proud of the work that was begun 3 years ago to have a bathroom that didn't have a gender identity. This actually happened. And she escorted me to the bathroom. And I asked, how in the school were you able to make this a reality? And the principal said, we listened to our students. When she said we need a bathroom that doesn't have a gender identity, he spoke with the faculty. The faculty decided to give up one of their bathrooms and to take a longer walk to the other side of the building so that the students would be comfortable. That is what we're talking about in this application. So I understand that we must look out for the masses as well, not to the detriment of them because of students. But I say to you that our schools are doing an excellent job of ensuring that everyone is comfortable. Students who want to use that bathroom may. Students who do not are not forced to. And there are opportunities and exceptions where students may, for giggles, assert something to cause a disruption. And our administrators and teachers are skilled professionals who can deal with that and who will communicate with families when there is a need, when they believe that they can further help the student. But a lot of what goes on in schools is mitigated in the classroom setting without notifying the parent to give the student a chance to thrive, a chance to respond. So we work to respond to your needs. Your communities are wonderful at doing that. And I just felt I had to give you some real life examples of what has happened 20 years ago, what happened 8 years ago, and to let you know it is still ongoing across our 665 school districts, and administrators are doing a wonderful job responding. Thank you, President Goldenberg.
Thank
I know
you.
Joe Ricca. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Joe.
We,
Joe has his hand up.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, this is not the time for you to yell out anything. We asked for decorum. This is a board meeting with board discussing this, so if you don't mind. Joe Ricca, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks to everybody. I've been listening intently and really appreciate all the commentary. And Commissioner, I really do appreciate the spirit of what you just shared with personal experiences. I continue to believe that local boards of education and local school communities, just as the Commissioner pointed out, are in fact the most powerful when it comes to providing our students with what they need based on what they're expressing in their local towns and even in their classrooms. And I also know that the law of the state of New Jersey protects our children as well as all the citizens related to the LAD. And that's why I think that having these types of discussions and really continuing to have this discussion until we're satisfied that we've ironed out any of the concerns, such as Vice President Mulvihill raised, or such as Mr. Aponte raised. It's about the future and the things that we're not thinking of right now in terms of the sustainability and the success of the policy. And so I really do believe that there's more work to do here, and that there really needs to be more time for us to consider the language choice and also how things are playing out or may play out in our communities in the future. And again, Madam President, I appreciate you giving me a couple of minutes. And I also wanted to thank everybody for all of their sincere and heartfelt commentary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Mr. Fenara, you have the floor. You're muted.
Unmute yourself, Jack. You're muted still.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner, have you considered the transgender being involved in sports with women's sports? You haven't covered that area. Now, is that being considered? Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Fenaro. Not at this time, sir. It is not being considered. It's not within my wheelhouse. That is a conversation that's going on internationally at various levels.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else at
So,
this time?
excuse me, if I misspoke, then please elaborate. My teammate said it specifically in the chapter.
No, I don't believe it is.
That's what,
Yeah, so just to clarify, so
yes.
participation in interscholastic sports, high school is governed by NJSIAA.
Right.
So that's not within my wheelhouse, NJSIAA. Thank you.
No, it's okay. I just.
No.
Okay, any other board members want to speak at this time?
I
Who have,
just wanted to ask any Chris.
We get that a lot, actually.
Any Chris, you've got the other one over there. Any Chris in the room. Just speaking back to the separation of class by gender, this still leaves your local district in control of whether or not they choose to do that. They don't have to. They can still continue, like in my district, they were in separate classes. That doesn't, they're not prevented from
That's correct.
having
Correct.
unified classes, is that right?
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Can
Well,
you
that's-
repeat that?
I'm
I'm
asking
sorry, we
any
can't hear
Chris.
you because,
Yes, please
listen,
repeat that.
everyone, I appreciate that you're passionate about this, but you need to please let us have our meeting. We love you being here, but we cannot have this discussion going on while our board is deliberating this, please.
So what I
I'm
was
sorry.
asking, referring to classes being separated by gender in a district, that's still up to the district, correct? They're not,
No.
it says they may.
May by
It
gender
doesn't say,
identity.
may
correct.
by choice. They don't have to separate by
And-
gender? Or am I wrong?
So the word may is important here, because
Yeah.
may puts the onus back on the district's Board of
That's what I mean.
Education
They have
to make the
control
decision.
over whether or not they
That is correct.
separate class by gender.
Well, hold on a
Is that
second.
not, because I saw may, but tell me, am I wrong?
Can I try to help here? So there's two issues. One is whether you teach sex ed to a group of boys and girls, or whether you choose to separate the boys and girls, right? And you can choose as a school district to teach them all together or teach them separately, correct?
That's what I was asking.
Correct.
But if you choose to teach them separately, you can't do it based on sex. You have to do it based on gender identity, correct?
No.
Wait, so if your district isn't comfortable with that, you can still have it in
Altogether.
altogether?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
correct.
Appreciate it.
But to Andy's point, isn't that discriminatory towards, I have a daughter, she's going into a sex ed class, there's a young person who identifies as a female going into that class by gender identity. This individual, last week was identified as a boy, now is changed and is identifying as a girl, is coming into a sex ed class that my daughter may now feel uncomfortable being in that class. Can a school district make that choice for themselves as to whether that's appropriate or not? Chris, can you answer that?
Well, I mean, I think it's a conversation that occurs locally amongst the
So
parents. and the school
locally,
boards.
so
Correct.
I really need to get this down. So locally, my school, my individual school
Mhm.
says, guys, if you're a biological boy, you go here. If you are a biological girl at birth, you go here. Is that legal or no?
You may separate by gender identity is what the regulation says.
Okay, so by gender identity, not
Correct.
by biological.
May separate by gender identity.
So the girl who is biologically born a girl goes into a class, isn't that discriminatory against that person who now feels uncomfortable because they're not a protected class?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last
They
part.
are not a
Repeat word.
protected
Yeah.
class.
That's
They
why
were
I asked the
born-
question, Mary Beth, of are we elevating one group above another?
And
it seems that we are. And it's a quandary.
There's a lot of work still to be done with this.
So I think just to ensure we're all on the same page regarding the language in the proposed regulations for adoption, right? It was expanded to say may include gender identity. So you're asking if there's a person who identifies by a gender that does not match the birth gender, and that person is assigned based on their identification, and others in the class are uncomfortable, is that discrimination? Is that what I understand?
How is that young girl going into a very sensitive topic, feeling about herself, sitting in a classroom with someone who she rode the bus with for the last 4 years, who was a boy, who maybe they had a relationship? How is that young lady going to absorb the information that we want her to get, which is why we teach these topics, feeling with someone that they're looking around, they're trying to figure out their own sexuality.
Sure.
Now they have someone who they knew at one time was born a boy. There's so many issues here, but where are we discriminating? That young girl, born biologically a girl, is not a protected class, and that's
It is. She is a protected class.
So I just want to
all
offer
kids
and
should be
say,
protected.
yes, all students are protected, and I want to state that the same applies for the boys. And I think when we speak about ensuring that every student feels safe, students and children, and we know this, and those of us who are parents have seen it, are very resilient, they're very flexible, they're very adaptable.
So let me,
So,
if I
I'm
can
gonna
just jump
ask
in here
Chris,
as well.
yes.
So what we're talking about here in terms of separating by gender identity, it's also required by statute.
And it's required by statute to not discriminate against people based on their sex. And these girls are being discriminated, and you're picking just one part of the group and not the other. So I don't buy that argument. I haven't bought that argument from the beginning, Chris.
Are you
Okay.
okay with the trans kids being discriminated
so-
against?
No.
So then fix
Yeah.
it. Tell me what the answer is. I'm talking to him.
So let me just,
I'm not so sure. We had the last month, 2 months ago, the student reps have formed 3 groups.
And
Absolutely.
that
Maybe
sounds
that's
like
the
it was a
right.
solution.
But that's a
That's a
local
solution
decision.
that we,
But it's not. We're making state regulations, and if you don't follow them, you're going to get QSEC score taken off, and you may lose some funding.
But I think the state regulations are, that's not what the state is
Guys,
doing.
hold on
I
a
think-
second. I'm sorry, I can't hear you because of the crowd. This is the last time I'm going to tell you. Stop it, or we'll take a break, and we'll leave the room. You can stay in here, but we're trying to have a meeting and a real discussion. Please.
So, just to mention, so this is not what the state is doing. This is not what these regs are. These are providing a framework, as the commissioner mentioned, to provide a safe environment for everyone. And recognizing that the districts select their board members based on, their ability to vote and who they want in office, or who they want to hold those seats. And so this is in fact empowering parents, empowering local decision-making. This provides a framework to provide guidance, but the decisions are being made locally, right? And so I think what the department's try to complete here is a document that allows some decision-making to be done at the local level, recognizing that there are students within these districts that may have special requests, have challenges, have opportunities. They're trying to recognize the full gamut of what's needed for an individual student and allowing parents within that district to work with their local school boards to make the right decision for every child. I think that's what this document accomplished. It's not perfect, as was Dr. Evan mentioned earlier, but it does provide the framework and allows us to move forward. So I say we move forward.
Thank you.
May I make a motion?
Certainly.
I'd like to make a motion to table the Chapter 7 and go back to the committee level to see if we can get it right. So that's my motion.
I'd second that.
I have a motion on the floor already. You already have, you can't.
Who's made a motion?
Did you have a motion on?
No, we haven't had a motion. No,
Not yet.
there's been no motion.
I'll second Andy.
So we have a first and a second.
I'm sorry, okay. Do I need a motion to go into executive?
Would it be
May I
ea-
please have a motion?
Can I suggest, would it be easier to just vote on whether we want to approve Chapter 7, yay or nay? Would that be easier?
We're going to go into executive session now. All right?
You've already made a motion.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
May I have a second? please?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Is our student coming back?
No.
Don't think so.
She's not.
I know. Our student left? Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone. We just had to get some legal clarification. And now we'll continue with the meeting.
Should we make a motion to
Did we make a motion to leave? Yeah. All right, all those in favor, could I ask for a motion to come back, please?
Motion.
All those, any opposed? Have a second? We have a second with,
Second.
okay, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. So there's a motion and a second on the table at this time. And would you like to reiterate the motion that you made?
At this point, I would like to withdraw my motion and make a new motion. And the new motion would be that because we have we have work to do on this, that we extend the existing chapter, not what's presented in front of us, but what is currently the regulations. I would propose and make a motion that we extend the existing regulations for 6 months or whatever the appropriate amount of time is, until such time as we can deal with a revised and amended regs.
I'd second that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, now discussion? I'm sorry, maybe I got confused. Isn't that wording the same as voting no on the motion as it is on
No, I
our
mean,
agenda?
I think what I initially proposed was to table it,
Right,
but what I'm actually saying now is I'd like to vote to approve, to extend the existing regulations.
to extend the deadline.
To extend the existing regulations, so we'll have time to review the revisions, the revised regs, have more time to deal with that.
Which, that would be the same as extending the deadline? Is that, or not the same? Can I, one of the Chris's? And we have 3 Chris's now going.
I think it's effectively the same as
is it-
extending the deadline.
That's what my question is. That's not the same as voting
I'm not.
down the
Yeah,
motion
I
as it
suggest we go
sits.
ahead and vote.
It's extending the deadline.
Right.
All right, I just wanted to be clear before I said anything. Thanks.
My recommendation is that we go ahead and vote on the regs as they currently are proposed, and if it should fail, then we have no choice but to consider your regulation. I'm not asking any of you out there. I'm talking to the Vice President of the board. Thank you.
Oh, I hear you, but I'd like to keep my motion as it stands.
Okay.
So that's 2 motions though, right?
That you, first of all, would need to clarify your motion, because you cannot make a request to extend the expiration. You did request to without extend the expiration. That's what your motion would be.
I amend my motion to reflect what Diane
But he has
just
to
said.
do 2, no? One to withdraw his first motion.
No, I don't think I need I'm
No?
just withdrawing my
Okay.
motion
All right.
and proposing this new motion.
Okay, you can do that. So I'm getting the words, you can do that.
And I seconded the way Diane worded it.
Could Diane repeat what she said? I did not hear.
No, it's not my motion, it's a
I am requesting that we request the governor extends the Chapter 7 as written, not as proposed with amendments, but as it is now. I'm asking that we ask the governor to extend that to enable us to have more time to review this chapter and make whatever amendments we deem as a group, a majority group deem appropriate. So I think I have a second.
There's a second on the table.
Any more conversation?
So are there any comments at this time?
I understand that you didn't accept my, I guess, recommendation. I do think that we should just proceed and have the vote, in my view, and on the current existing regs, and then come back to any extension if needed. So I don't put the cart before the horse here. I think we should just vote on the current regs as they're proposed. That's my view. But if we need to have a vote based on your motion, then that's fine.
So then if we vote on Andy's motion now and it doesn't pass, then Arcilio can still make a motion?
I'll make
Is
a
that
motion to
right?
proceed with the current vote.
I'm getting very confused.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that would be
Is that's the case?
May I say something?
So, sure, go ahead, Elaine. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It would seem, can anyone tell us, because I don't have it in front of us right now, what the original Chapter 7 was, so that we know what we're really going to agree to for the time being, which could be a very long time?
Elaine, it's in the documents that they sent us for the meeting. It actually has Chapter 7 printed, and then it has the changes that have been made. So you have that document. You should have that right on your screen there. If you pull up.
It was sent Friday afternoon with all the many comments, and then the last 22 pages are Chapter 7 with the recommended changes and additions.
Right, but it doesn't say what we have for that.
I can't hear you. One more time, please, ma'am.
Yeah, if we're talking about reverting back to whatever is there now with the old stuff, what is the difference between making the amendments or reverting back to that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what are we asking for?
Thank you. It's the things that do not have bolded print. It's putting
No, I
back
know
the
that.
things
I know
that the
that.
brackets had taken away. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right.
President Goldenberg, if I may just recap what I shared initially that began the discussion, and it read as follows. Today I present for adoption the readoption with amendments of Chapter 7, Managing for Equality and Equity in Education. This chapter requires school districts, charter schools, and Renaissance school projects to provide equitable access to educational activities and programs to all students and faculty, regardless of the protected category or class of which they belong. And then following a discussion, there was a motion put on the floor by Vice President Mulvihill that was seconded. We went to executive session, we returned. Vice President Mulvihill withdrew that motion and put forward another motion that is to extend the Chapter 7 regulation, to request that the governor extend the Chapter 7 regulations. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Vice President Mulvihill?
Yes, thank you.
And that was seconded by Board Member Berry. And we are in the midst of discussion at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for the recap.
Let's vote.
Any other questions or comments at this time? So what we're voting on is Vice President Mulvihill's motion that we ask the governor for more time for this particular Chapter 7. So let's move forward. If there are no other discussions, all those in favor?
I would say take a roll call if you don't mind.
Oh, certainly. So we'll take a roll call vote with Director Schoner.
Arcilio Ponte.
Just to mention, I think as board members, we have responsibility to vote on the regs that we have in hand. Kicking it down the road, in my view, further just delays any progress made on this, so I vote no.
He said no.
He voted no.
Thank you, Diane.
Mary Beth Berry.
I vote yes for more time to get it right.
Elaine Barbaro.
I vote no.
Fatima Burnham Watkins.
I vote no.
Jack Fernero.
You're muted. You're muted, sir.
You're muted, Jack.
A little slower, yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I vote yes.
Mary Beth Gazy,
Yes.
Ned Johnson,
No.
Joseph Ricka,
I think it is important to give more time to the recommendations. I vote yes.
Sylvia,
No.
Andrew Mulvihill,
Yes.
Kathy Goldenberg.
No.
The vote is 6-5. Your motion fails.
I motion to proceed with voting on the current regs as they are proposed.
Second.
Any discussion at this time?
Go ahead.
Roll call vote,
As we
please.
discussed,
Can I?
Wait, Sylvia's first. You'll be
So-
second.
even passing the motion, we can still open this particular item again later, not waiting 7 years, but we're still allowed to open it up to make revisions anytime, correct? I think that's what I heard.
That's the legal advice we received
That's the
earlier today.
legal advice that we received, that we still can make revisions and ensure that we have, that we do have policy in place, because if we don't, they just evaporate and we don't have anything. So we can say yes and still, unless I'm wrong, somebody correct me, we can say yes and still revise. That's the legal
Yes.
advice
Yes.
that we have, thank you. I appreciate it.
Rules allow
Mhm.
and require the chapter to be readopted at least once every 7 years. You may amend a chapter at any point during that 7 years.
That's my point.
Thank you,
So
Diane.
we can, and I don't think well, I don't like to speak for everybody, but I'm hearing a lot of us don't feel that it's perfect, so we can adopt and continue to make it perfect.
What were the, Diane, what were
That's
the,
all I wanted to say, thank you, Andy.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
There were issues though, last time we talked about opening up something sooner than 7 years. There were issues that would have prevented us from doing that, we were told. Like, we were afraid of being sued. This was on the sex ed stuff.
Right.
Was there concern about being sued?
We can be sued anytime. I mean,
Standards and regs, and I can discuss those with you separately.
So that's the nuance here, standards and regs?
Well, right, because standards,
I got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
and we can be sued
That's all I
anytime,
have.
even whatever we do today.
yeah.
I didn't mean to derail, you guys can go on.
So what
Okay.
would the procedure be to open this discussion up next month? If this were,
Well, the commissioner would have to bring a proposal forward, but we would file the adoption with the Office of Administrative Law, and then it would become effective. And then when the proposal was drafted and ready, it would be brought back. A new proposal was drafted and ready, it would be brought back before the board for consideration after it went to the policy.
we
Can
had
someone
900
summarize what
comments.
Diane
We
just
were
said?
going through comments and comments and comments. And,
Sorry,
and
Mary Beth,
it
can someone just
seems
summarize what Diane
so-
just said? We didn't hear her.
Oh,
Diane's microphone.
here.
Yeah, Diane's microphone.
No, it's not. We need a microphone. Is it? Take this one. Excuse me. Please, take it.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, use that.
We can share.
Yes, we'll share.
So Fatima, you know what, a girl with a mic. So once the proposal is adopted, it's published in the New Jersey Register, and then it becomes effective a month later, it becomes effective when it's published. And then at any point when another rule proposal is prepared, drafted, and ready for review, the commissioner will submit it to the policy committee for review, and then it will come back before the full board at first discussion.
So what, the soonest that we would be able to look at this again would be when?
It depends on the extent of the amendments. You know, if you're amending 18 subchapters, it could take a while. If you're amending one, it could happen in 2 months. It depends on the length of the number of amendments, to be honest.
Madam President.
Anyone else at this time? Any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
You have the floor.
I thought before we went into closed session that we had up until the 29th to decide what we can do with this issue. Does that still stand, or this vote eliminates that?
I believe it depends upon the outcome, Mr. Fernaro, of the vote. If the vote passes, then that's that. If it doesn't pass, then we go back into executive session and we determine the next steps. Am I correct? Not correct? Then you answer it. I don't know.
We have until the 29th until the chapter expires.
Thank you.
All right. So any other questions before we take a vote on the suggested standards as they were presented? That's where we are, right? That was your, all right, so we'll do a roll call vote.
Ready? Okay. Arcelio Aponte.
I approve.
Yes.
Yes.
Mary Beth Berry.
No.
Elaine Bobrov.
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Lane.
I
Joe
approve.
has his hand.
I approve. Sorry.
Thank you, Elaine.
What'd she say?
Elaine, can you please repeat your vote?
Yes, I approve. Yes.
Thank you, Elaine. Fatima Burnham Watkins.
Yes.
Jack Fanaro.
No.
Mary Beth Gazy.
No.
Ned Johnson.
Yes.
Joseph Ricca.
I apologize. I had my hand up, so I'll just roll my discussion into my vote. It would seem to me that the most reasonable course of action would be to respectfully request that the governor give us more time and continue on with the regulations as they stand. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's going to be the tack that we have. And so I'm going to have to, while I support the majority of what's been put forward, I'm going to have to vote no. Because I don't think we're going to come back to it.
Because why? I'm sorry.
I don't think we're going to come back to it. I think, based on my experience, that once regulations are passed, we don't see them again for 7 years. And I really do believe that there is a lot to discuss here. So again, I don't want to take time. It's no.
Thank you. Sylvia.
Yes.
Andrew Mulvihill. Kathy Goldenberg.
There are things that are in this that I also have issues with. But on the whole, if it's a yes or a no, it's a yes for me.
Your vote is 6-5 in the affirmative. Your motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Don't listen. Kathy, take control.
Am I supposed to?
Please take control of the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the vote of the board. We appreciate, not the people perhaps in this room. So
Don't argue. Just,
all
can you
those,
please continue with the meeting?
is there any new business?
No new business. Can I?
Is there any
I
new
motion-
business
I
at
motion
this
to adjourn the
time?
meeting?
I second that.
All those in favor of adjourning the meeting, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Meeting's adjourned.
President Goldenberg, can I get your card, please?
All right.
My what?